Hello, hello. Hello. I'm late. I'm late. I'm very, very late. And then also my bot's dead. That's good. My bot. Or at least it's not in Twitch chat. It got kicked. That's good. It will reconnect eventually, I think, because it's still available and Replit says it's up. That's weird. Let me see if I can kick it. Kick the bot. Alright, there we go. Get kicked, son. Yeah. It's like I need like a second bot where all it does is just kick the other bot. I don't really know what to do. I do know is that I need to eventually move it off of a Replit. But I'm not sure where I would put it. I suppose I could pay for server space, or not server space, like I already pay for server space on DigitalOcean, but oh, maybe I'll turn it into an image and I can just deploy it to whatever DigitalOcean's app platform is called. I don't know. So many things to do, so little time. I'm late because I had to back-to-back morning meetings. So I was exhausted. Luckily, I talked my way out of those, which is good. But anyways, what we're doing is we're continuing to rewrite this HTML style layout thingy for Godot. How cool. So I've made really good progress, actually. Made very good progress. So the entire parser has been rewritten, and then because the parser's different, because I think one of the problems actually is that if you get too deeply nested, you could actually exceed the stack size. But I think if you're, well, I'll have to think about it. If you ever get to the point where you're too deeply nested, what should you do? Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Because the maximum stack size in Godot, I believe, is 1024, I think. Right? I think it's in, that's debug, but this is the, yeah, max call, or allowed for debugging GDScript. What is the max call stack size for just GDScript in general? So Godot max call stack size, GDScript. What is the recursion memory limit? Okay, so it looks like it's 1024. And then GDScript doesn't have tail end recursion, so we just run out of stack. Alright, so 1024. Looks like it's 1024, which means that my new implementation could possibly run out of call stack since it works via recursion. I know that there is a way to there's a way to get around that, which is basically my original implementation, right? My original implementation just worked via index and pointers, which of course that's more or less how tail call recursion works. Or not tail call recursion, tail call optimization works. Is that you flatten your stack out into just a line instead. But how could I do that for here? Well, I think that would require like a fairly significant rewrite of this. Actually, no, because this doesn't. Oh, well, no, this doesn't. This one doesn't matter. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah. I think we'll deal with the problem when we get to it. So it looks like the parser is already optimized because it just runs in a single like horizontal line essentially, not in a stack. Whereas this generator does run in a stack because we have, for each tag, we have a parents and many children. So if the hierarchy gets longer than 1023, then we'll run out of call stack, or longer than 1024, 1024, we'll run out of call stack. Which in most circumstances won't be a problem if you're writing this stuff by hand. But the fact that this does just, well, I suppose in GD script that would also be very strange to have something that's close to 1024. Or even to have something that's close to like 100 nodes nested. That would be pretty crazy. Let me think. Like, I thought this was pretty good. But what I could do is actually run through and possibly tag all the... that doesn't really solve the problem. I was gonna say, like, we could try to tag all the GDML nodes first and kind of, like, extract those. So those run in a different stack, therefore we... you know, we save space, but maybe that's not possible. I could try to flatten it here, though. How would you flatten it? So given this, what we could do is we could go with the depth thingy again. Oh, no. That could work. I mean, that would be bizarre, but it could work. And then all I would need to change would be the parser, right? So in the parser, when we start generating the layout, on down we would increase the depth, on up we would decrease the depth. Yeah, well, that's what I could do. So here, to do assign depth here as well for TCO, question mark. But for now, we'll just use recursion. But that's an idea for improvements. Here, this is the error code. Oh, hello, Nova. How are you doing today? I'm good before you ask. Well, I'm tired. Feeling pretty tired. I've had morning meetings back to back, So I am sleepy, which is not super out of the ordinary, I suppose, for like a regular person, but my schedule has gotten pretty degenerate. But yeah, what I'm doing is I'm taking this thing, which takes GD scripts, or it's HTML style GD scripts. I'm rewriting basically the parser and the evaluator, and the evaluator I'm just calling the generator because it's probably a bit more accurate. So essentially what I did for my the GD script language, but this one actually allows you to define basically an entire Godot scene via HTML style tags. It's meant for UI, but you could just write an entire game like this as well, because like it does support inline GD scripts and then also inline styling. So what to think about it? That's probably going to be one of my demos though. Meetings, dentist, orthodontist. If I'm taking my braces and teeth hurt, that sucks. But think about how good your teeth are going to look afterwards. That's the goal. It's a handle GDML. No, I got my braces back in school. It's one of those weird things that my parents always bring up as well. It's not like, oh, we put you through college or whatever. It's like, hey, we like got you braces. And I was like, what? Shouldn't you be like ragging on me for the college thing? I guess I'm paying off my own college fund, but it's kind of weird, especially since I actually still wear my retainer, whereas none of my siblings still wear the retainers. Let's see. This is the generator. So the idea is I've transformed everything into basically an AST, an abstract syntax tree. That's not actually that complicated. It's just the parent expression and then the children expressions that the tag contains. Yeah. So let's see, handle GDML. I need to have like like apply attributes tag. But before that, I also need to pre-scan. Oh, that's what I was doing. I need to pre-scan every single script as like a caching thing, like a pre-hoist. So it's like I need to hoist the scripts, but don't actually apply them. And then once we encounter the script again, then we can start applying them. Yeah, okay. So all scripts must get hoisted. Scripts can theoretically actually like exist at any level, which is kind of weird. But for any script that's nested under GDML, GDML has a way, the custom GDML tag uses this control root thing, which just kind of holds random data and then can be accessed by any other thing here. Let's see. So script handler, I need to do a pre-pass. So it's like register scripts, or it's like cache scripts, quiche. And, cache scripts, known scripts, so we don't need to load them every time. And then also we could potentially drop this script at runtime as well. Although, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to cache the scripts. No, I should cache the scripts. So given a layout, we have the tags, so we can just run through every single tag. That's pretty easy. So this is tags, which is an array of tags. And then, yeah, then we can just register them with the script handler here. So let's mark this as an explicitly static function. This needs to be a script handler. I'll probably need to do the same thing. Probably need to do the same thing for styles as well. So if you have many styles, we should also cache those and potentially reuse them over and over again instead of just storing everything on the root node. Okay, so we'll run through. We have an array of tags. So for tag and tags, we just need to check to see if it's a script or not. And then we'll just pre-register them. I don't know if that's a good idea, but it sounds like a good idea to me in my head. So for tag and tags, if tag name is equal to constant script, so if that is true, then we'll start processing it using the script handler that we pass to it. So handle script tag, this needs to change to, let's comment that out, let's put it back. So we don't actually want to populate the script, but then we need some way to grab the script again. And then every single script will be associated by its, basically its name, or its raw name. Maybe it's not its raw name, that's fine. So populate scripts, we don't want to do this, that's true. Actually, I totally did not need to do this since it's just the last piece of code that needs to be replaced. So populate scripts, this is more like cache script. So given some text, return an integer, so I just return OK by default, unless we bail out. So then, cache script. Well, you have the text, right? Var script. This only works for GD scripts for now, but I can envision this working for other types of scripts as well. Visual scripts, I'm not sure how those work, but for potentially Python or just like literally any other type of scripts, the only problem is that I would need to make this generic somehow. I'm not sure how Python scripts or Lua scripts work or how they're registered with the editor. I do know that you can generally write those scripts in the editor, which is pretty wild. So script.source code is equal to text, and then we'll just reload it. Which is coming from the above function. So given a script, which is some sort of GD script, don't need this anymore. Actually, that's exactly what Populate Script does, huh? That's exactly what Populate Script does. So script. Oh, actually, that means I totally need to change how these work. So say goodbye. So handle script tag, this no longer takes in a GD script. Instead, we generate a GD script. So var script. Create a new one of these. And so if var error. So if error is not okay, then let's return an error. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, we'll be able to grab tag attributes as source. Handle the tag and then we can handle the path given the context. When would I ever use this? I don't think I ever used this actually. Yeah. Because everything else is just always stored on the attribute. But then we need to be able to store we need to store the name somehow. Where is it? How did I do this before? Was it in here, GDML? Probably was. So script, handle script. How did I handle the name? Where was it? Reveal yourself. Generate no. Constants no. GDML no. Is it you? I can find it. Instances, connections. Is it the parser? I don't think it was. I know I've written this before. That's okay. I think the hard part is, oh no. So given, okay, I see my problem here. So given one of these, given basically an anonymous script, how would you be able to associate it? How would you be able to associate it back to the script handler? What I could do is store the location data for every tag. So when I parse it, I already have the location data. Yeah. And then possibly if it doesn't have a name, I could do the same. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. So it's instance descriptor. Yeah. Using this instance descriptor, I can generate a file name. But okay, in the parser and the tag. Okay, so parser tag. Generate layout. Here, down and up, I can associate a depth and then potentially also a name based off that. I was thinking to myself that I should probably do something like this anyways. So let's do this. We can have a location and then also the depth associated with this. So these are all, I guess, layout metadata, and then this is just like parser metadata. So this is region, layout metadata, and region, just like parser metadata. So var need to have the location, which is just kind of a count associated with it. I think the location is stored on the node data. Yeah. Location is still stored on the node data. Yeah, so we can use that in order to process it. So only when we go down do we actually create a new tag. So there will be basically holes in the location, but that's okay. So there's var location and also var depth, which can be useful. And then this is just like, yeah, that's fine. So parser, blah, blah, down, up. Yeah. So given node data, and then we're going down, we can keep a count, possibly just in the parser, because we don't actually need to store that in the layout. Yeah. So var counter. So or this is like the depth counter, right? Depth counter. So depth counter is initialized to 0. Whenever we create a new root tag, when we go down, depth counter plus equals 1, we'll need to adjust the layout in order to accept this. So add root tag, blah, blah. And we can attach the location and then the depth counts based off of that. Well, no, that should be done in the layout. Let's do that here. So depth counter. So tag new data, and then we can adjust tag to accept a depth afterwards. So this one's pretty easy. So we can just do location is equal to node data, location, and then the depth count. So depth, some sort of integer, which means that this layout is now wrong because now we need to start, counting. Depth counter is equal to 0. This needs to change. We'll just call it depth, whatever. Depth. Data depth here. When we go down, this is just +1. We'll go in inverted order for depth. I guess it's not really a depth, it's like a height because if you're like going up or down the stack, but that's okay. So depth -1. So depth is equal to 0. So we'll zero it out twice just in case. Or actually, no, we'll actually deactivate it. Zero this out. So it's obvious when there is an error. And of course we can always check here to see if depth is lower than 0, then if this is true, then we are probably an error. So it's the same error. Okay, let's switch this around. So boom. depth is lower than 0. There we go. So we can check the tag against the root tag or check the depth just in case. Okay, so now we have the depth. But then here in the script handler, because we have this information on the tag, we can check for either a source or name. So var script name, also a string. This one's not too bad. If it has source, then script name is equal to tag attributes. Hold on. File name is equal to tag attributes. Hold on. I realized I made a mistake here because I don't have my stream manager open. There we go. So tag attributes, source, there we go. Which means that we can stop accessing this every single time. Although it should be pretty fast by itself. Always nice to optimize yourself though. So file name, get file, then we'll split on the dot, and then take the first one. So there will always be at least one thing as the file name, I suppose. So if there's no dots, whatever. Oh, and actually it should be split like that, so we don't allow for empties. Instance descriptor. This one should also split with no empties. Otherwise, the script name will have to be based off of probably be like script underscore location, basically. So tag location. So the counts will not actually be super duper accurate, but that's okay. Here, we create the script, blah, blah, then we'll cache it into known scripts. So known scripts, script name is equal to script. And then once we're done with the script handler, then we can just clear it and thus remove our cache. That's okay. Yeah. So handle script tag, I think that's okay. This one's okay as well. Then I need some way to grab scripts based off of... Actually, no. Yeah, so as long as I do it in this format, which is script name template. Custom food shower, lurk. Take it easy. No insult taken. I know what I'm doing is pretty dry. Alright, so let's see. Follow link. Why is this a link? Ooh. What is this? Ooh. Oh, it's because of this. Hold on. Let's see. slap this into here. Here's your template. What you're doing is being really relaxed. Just right all about that. Well, glad I could be that for you. Yeah. Go be an adult. Go do your chores, etc., etc. So populate scripts, and then we just need to like get scripts, basically. So this is get script based off of some sort of name. We'll return a GD script. Yeah, so this will just search inside a known scripts, or you can just access it directly, but that's okay. And so we'll try several queries. So var script, which is some sort of GD script. Just go ahead and return it. What is your problem? Oh, get scripts, sorry. Find script. So, based off of this, text, blah, blah, blah. I guess we'll just try. So, script is equal to known scripts get text, and then if it's not null, then whatever, right? So if script is not null, then just return. And actually that should return null. Otherwise, that's when we start doing some of the find logic. So yeah, because I can guarantee that every single script will have a name associated with it. Parser, this is okay. I need to cache the scripts here. So if the tag name is script, then it's obvious. If it's a source tag, then you can kind of inline load something without it having to actually exist. So handle script tag, and then we can also just handle regular script. But that'll just be basically find scripts, because that's how you associate scripts with just random things, is either by their name or the name, the source name, or the, would that be called the canonical name? Script is equal to known scripts get text get file split false. So we'll try like some sensible defaults. If script is not null, return script. Yeah, so we try three search algorithms. So if you provide the correct thing, so this what this solves for is, I think for, yeah, button scripts. If you provide the exact name, then that's okay. If you wanted to use test scripts, how you should actually use it is by referring to it by its file name, no extension. Which also means that you will not be able to, well, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's totally fine, right? So if you, even in like regular programming, you cannot have two scripts, not even regular programming, just like in regular computer usage, you cannot have two files that have the same name. So that's okay. They must exist on different paths, but if you do that, then my program should just handle that no problem. They will be saved with the file path, essentially, but that's not my problem. Actually, no, they won't. Actually, no, they won't. So get file returns the file path. Well, it returns the file name. Oh, okay. So let's see. That's also a problem with instance descriptor as well. So it should be the, what script methods do I have? So this is source get. That's get extension. We don't want the extension. Get file, get base name, returns the full file path. Oh, actually, this should be get base name, right? Yeah, this should be get base name, and then this simplifies things way easier. So base name is used to differentiate files with the same name but in different paths. Get base name. And it also doesn't have the extension, so that's beautiful. Yeah, that's way more intelligent. So get base name. Get base name. There we go. So we'll search based off of the name. We'll search based off of the base name. And then we can search based off of like the script template name. But how would we do that? So find script. We can find script based. We can find script if we also have an optional location associated with it. So if we're doing that, then we can also guarantee that we'll always have a tag as well. Script is equal to known scripts get. So that'll be script name template with the tag location associated with it. So if script is not null, well, even if it is null, it doesn't matter. Yeah, even if it is null, that's fine, because that the last return value was a null value. Okay, so I think that makes sense. So here, we always handle the tag. So if tag name is constant scripts, then we'll do a thing. Otherwise, what we can do, elif tag attributes has a source attribute, then we'll also look for it. Or I guess this is an or, right? It doesn't matter. So or if tag attributes has source, then we can do script handler handle script tag, and then we'll just pass in the tag. That's okay. Which should cache everything. Oh, and then it's not script handler, it's sh. Just to make it known that there are no side effects. So handle script tag. This one doesn't take anything. It's okay. Actually, this should be find script. So find script So this is based off of So based off of this, find script. So this is if it's a script tag. So we need to pass in the tag plus the appropriate string if it exists. So we can pass in no string. Let me think. So you can either have a name or a source. Although you could have you could also just have nothing as well. So we'll do tag attributes get source. Oh, hello needle mouse. Hello, how are you? Tag attributes has source, else tag get name. This is pretty gross. Assign values, type GDScript is not, okay. Yeah, so what I've been working on, by the way, is working on this. So this is pretty strange, but it's a way of defining GDScripts in like an HTML style format. That's pretty neat. IMO. AnyCLI to watch some anime. I'm not familiar with AnyCLI. AnyCLI. CLI tool to watch stuff. Look at that. Also works on Windows. Oh, cool. So it is just in Scoop. I could get that too. How cool. What is this written? Oh, this is just a shell script? That's crazy. How does this work? It's very easy to use. Yeah, I mean, it is just... How long is this shell script? It's only 600 lines. That's like Python level of like, you should probably rewrite this, but that's neat. Look at that. Interesting. So any anime, pick a dub, pick your episode, and get to watching. Yeah. How does video playback work? So it greps, open select, open episodes. How does that work? Where does it get the data from? dpage? Get dpage link? What is dpage? Get dpage, download page. So params in blah blah anime page base URL. Where does base URL come from? Base URL. Where is this defined? I suppose you would need to define a base URL at some point. Interesting. Make a tutorial on it. Okay, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. Just works using curl as well. But how does it do video playback? That's weird. Because you can't, you generally aren't able to just watch things in your terminal. You usually just cannot just watch things in your terminal. Open a window to launch a video. It's not completely in the terminal. Oh, okay. But then which window does it open? How does it know which? Oh, it must use your desktop environment's I guess built-in thingy, which is a problem for me actually on Linux because I have unconfigured all of those. Or not unconfigured, but like I just don't have a video player on my Linux install. So that's interesting. Yeah. So I don't think this will actually work for my solution. Or for my install. Yeah. How unfortunate. Let me screen record. Yeah, I understand how it works, right? Like, don't worry. It's a fairly basic thing that's wrapped up in a really nice package. But yeah, I think in my case this will not work. Because I don't have a video player on my install. So there is no way, there is no default video player. So even if I wanted to use this, like there is no video player. I've made sure of it because I've manually uninstalled it. So the only way for me to watch videos on both of my, well, actually I have a Pop OS machine now as well, so I suppose there is just a built-in video player. So hoist scripts. I guess I'm doing a pre-hoist, so that's okay. But handle script tag. Or maybe I should not be hoisting them. Maybe I should just be caching them instead. No, I think this makes more sense to hoist them, and then technically any script that you just kind of place is technically globally available. Yeah, I think that's okay. So find script. So we handle the script tag, and then after that, we just need to call find script, all this stuff. And so this will be if script is null, then unable to script something is not known. So this will be script is not known for tag. Yeah, one of these. So then we'll just skip. So this is our script, which was cached. So technically every single script is globally available in true JavaScript syntax, or true JavaScript fashion. Every single script is globally available, more or less. But it will be associated with its parent element. Yeah. I think that'll work. So if parents is class script, that will make it really tough. If the GDML root exists, then we'll just add the script. Well, actually, no. Wait, yes. Any scripts that are defined at this level must be available to just place, right? So so a parent is not null, then we'll use that. Otherwise, we need to do else. So if tag attributes has persistence, I think that's the word I'm going to use, persistent. and tag attributes persistent to lower. Persistent to lower, and then we'll also try to bool it, I suppose. Or maybe not. Tags attributes. Well, I think this will just throw an error, so that's okay. We'll just bool it. It's true. Or we can do not has. If not tag attributes has persistent. Wait, no. This should be this. And then we'll do... Oh, and then this should just be elif, right? So elif all of this stuff, then we'll start processing it. So if it is a persistence script, or maybe not, maybe persistence is not the right word. Is this how you spell persistent? Persistent. Persistent. Yeah, it's not an A, it's an E. You dummy. So this should be available here. So there's ID, there's class, whatever. So const, let me see, we'll call this what would you want to call this? So if you want this script to be like attach, it can be like attach is true. So if attach is true, then we will 100% attach it to whatever. Otherwise, it just kind of exists and then will be discarded. Attach, not attack, attach. So this is constant attach. So if that exists, and then also this exists, or if the attach attribute exists, which means that we will, you know, just kind of raw attach it, that's fine. So for example, built-in script should be raw attached. Then we can decide where we want to put the scripts, or maybe not. Maybe I should just make it so like if the script exists, guess what? It's going to always be attached. You know what? I think that makes sense. If the script exists, guess what? I'm attaching it no matter what. It's a video of me showing it. I don't know if the small footage will get you copyright claims. I don't know. Another monitor. I will open it in another monitor, but I know how it works. I understand how it works. Don't worry. Right? It works in the same way that Windows does, in that you can define, usually in GNOME or any of the big desktop environments, you can define a default thingy to open whatever you want. Yeah, so my point was that I don't actually have a default thing to open stuff. Yeah. But pretty sick background, by the way. Look at that. Dr. Stone. Yeah, so it's just using your default video viewer. Okay. And then it has its own, it looks like it has its own search thingy. I'm trying to, with Dr. Stone. I heard Dr. Stone was pretty good. But that's kind of old, isn't it? It came out like, and by old, I mean it came out like 2 years ago. But yeah, no, like because it's Linux, it's not Windows, by the way. Linux, you can uninstall, install, whatever you want, right? So that's why I have Most of the Linux distributions I set up, I always take out everything I don't usually use. So I don't usually watch videos like on my own machine. Therefore, I just remove it, because why not? Default script editor is usually pretty useful, so I keep that. Or not default script editor, default text editor. So I usually just have G edits. I think that's the default even on like XFCE. Let's see. I think having something that's just called attach would be kind of confusing. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the JavaScript thing. Yeah, let's just do the JavaScript thing, which is just, guess what? If your script exists, we are attaching it. Especially if it's under a script tag. So if there is a GDML root, we'll do a thing. If there is a parent script, I think that's more interesting. So I guess the question is, if you have well, how would this work? So if your parents is class script, how would that work? So if you were to have like something like so script source, we'll call it test script GD. That should still be valid as long as I pass in a valid differentiator. So if you do something like this is still technically valid, because this is actually what it gets expanded out to. Because my desktop don't know how to do much on Linux. Google is your best friend, honestly. So you're using Linux Mint, right? That looked a lot like Cinnamon, but I'm not sure. But you can just do like Ubuntu. Whenever you're Googling stuff, always try to use the base distribution. So the base distribution for Linux, for Mint is Ubuntu. So Ubuntu, or even if you're not using Ubuntu, or even if you're not based off of Ubuntu, it's just better to either check either Ubuntu or Arch. So Ubuntu change DE. One of these, How To Geek, pretty good. If you use like a tech mint, ask Ubuntu, pretty good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. And then I'm assuming that if you're using GDM3, that shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, and then all you have to really do is, yeah, I think you just install a different DE, and that's how you can configure a bunch of stuff. But Cinnamon is not based off of, well, Cinnamon might be based off of GNOME, I'm not sure. But GNOME, you would install like GNOME tweaks, etc., etc. I don't know. So just Google like change DE. It's called a desktop environment in Linux. Func init. Oh, then I need to push all of these back. Print hello nested script. Okay. So how would that work? How would this work? So given a test script that's kind of namespaced essentially under a different name. So test script, this is test script. This doesn't actually have any init args. So how would this be placed? I think I'll just place it inside of like the meta value. Yeah. So if you ever do like script nesting, guess what? It's now nested. Or it's nested in that I place it in the meta value. Because that doesn't make a lot of sense otherwise. So script tags inside of other script tags just get placed into the meta value. Otherwise, there's not a great way for me to... There's not a good way for me to do this. I suppose I would need to do a pre-pass and then look for any nested scripts. So if you wanted to do something like pass this value as a constructor argument, that sounds tough. That sounds like it would require a ton of like logic. So instead, this will just place it like so. Yeah. Yeah, so scripts inside of scripts just gets placed into the meta argument. So parent set meta. And then, okay, I do need to grab the name as well. So var script name. Yeah, script name. Just a string is equal to tag attributes get source. I think this is actually available as, yeah. And actually, what I can do is something super gross as well. So we wrap this. So tag attributes is equal to that if tag attributes has constant source, else, oh baby. I think this is valid. Error parsing expression. Yeah, you can do something like this. I think this is okay. Tag attributes get constant name if tag attributes has constant name, else, oh, this is so gross. Script handler, let's see, this is, what is the template? It's called script name template. Name template, which takes in tag location, I think. That's so gross. Oh, that is good. So it's like an inverted if statement almost. Yeah, it's an inverted if statement. So we pass the actual value first, pass the check, and then we do the else, which does the same thing. So it's backwards essentially. That's okay. So here we can do tag. This will just be script name. That's okay. Yeah, so set meta though. This will have to be based off of the script name because that's guaranteed to be unique. Here we'll do set meta script, we'll just call new on it with no arguments. If it does take arguments, I have no idea how to pass them because that will not work. Because there's no way to, yeah, there's no way for me to associate var args with this system. I need to think about it. But I don't think that there's a way for me to associate var args. Yeah. Without doing it like completely manually, right? So I could introspect on the script and then see how many arguments it takes, but I don't think that's a good idea. That actually sounds like a very bad idea. But here, so if it's a script, guess what? We just attach this to the meta part. of the script? Actually, no, because the parent is class script. That doesn't make any sense. If it is, this should actually be backwards. Yeah, this should be backwards. If it's a node, we'll do a thing. Otherwise, we'll do this. References, objects, cannot have their script replaced. So just add it as a meta var. Yeah, but if the parent is class, so if it inherits from node, because is class checks to see if the object inherits from the given class. If it inherits from the given class, everything that inherits from node and below that can have their script replaced. So we can do parent set script new, one of these. So we'll initialize it like that. Yeah, I think that will work. Otherwise, we will... All right, so the logic for every single one of these script tags is we'll process it, essentially. We'll grab it from the cache, we load it, and then if there is a parent, so in this case, the parent is GDML, this upper script tag, or this upper GDML tag. So if there is a... Oh, I see. I see how this is a problem. I see. Okay, I've done this wrong. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Because I don't know what the last tag is, because I just don't have that information. So tag parents are still available. So what I can do, so if parent is not null and tag parent, which must be another tag. I cannot have a self-reference to it, although I think I totally could. Maybe. So tag parent name is not GDML, so that should be constant GDML. So if it's not GDML, hold on. Thinking. And tag parent name is not this, or so the tag parent. Well, no, I mean that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. So in this case, we should not replace this script. That would be a total travesty. Cinnamon baking or desktop? Yes. Yes to both. Yes to both guesses. Congratulations. You've scored above 100 on the test. Would you like a cookie? But yes, Needle Mouse was talking about Linux Mint, I think. And I was explaining how I pretty much on all my distributions or all my Linux installs, I always like uninstall everything I don't use. So for like any tool that tries to automatically open up a video player, that will not work. Because I do not have a video player. I've made sure of it. And And then usually on any desktop machine I use, I also like set the most lenient SC Linux rules possible. So I don't know, I don't care. No video player? Yeah, I don't have a video. Yeah, on my work machine, I don't have a video player. So it's just like, I don't know, I don't need it. My old Ubuntu install did not have a video player either. I don't know, it's just not useful. Or there was no desktop video player. So what I haven't tried was like run their, I guess like anime viewer script. I'm not sure where it pulls the videos from, which is kind of concerning, but I'm pretty sure it will not try to open like your default browser and then try to view it in there. Because I don't think that's how that works, but maybe it will. So GDML. If it's not GDML and there is a parent for the script, then we will try to replace the script. Yeah. So if it's not under a GDML tag, then we will start looking at what we want to replace. If it is under a GDML tag, then we will associate it with the thing, with the GDML root tag, which means that it's now globally available. Well, it's globally available within this GDML scope. Otherwise, if you just have a hanging script like this, and they can be anonymous scripts as well, then you would do like extends, reference, func, init. Doesn't matter what it is. This is print root level script, which is like it's like globally, super globally available, essentially. So there's the GDML, there's the implicit GDML scope, and then we have an inner GDML scope. And then you can have as many inner GDML scopes as you want. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I think it'll work though. So handle GDML. I don't think I need this. We can just write everything in line. We don't need to hoist scripts anymore either. That's fine. Then let's see. Constants style. How did I do this here? So this is like handle style. Was it something like that? Generate. Where was it? Generates. Handle GDML, and then this one kind of casts out to many, many things. Okay. So this is not too hard to do. So this uses the style handler. Var themes. I don't really know what to do in this circumstance. Style handler, because of how the style handler works. You can potentially have one-to-many themes, so I think I should probably actually cache every single style. So I'm just like I'm doing a scripts. So I lift every single script, cache them here, just in memory, and then I'll drop them later. Yeah, so if you place them at this scope, then they are cached at the GDML level. If you place them in an inner scope, then I will apply a script to the containing node. So this will be script extends vbox container. That's kind of weird. Hello vbox. Yeah, so what I'm hoping will happen here is that this script will just be applied to this upper script, Now, if you have 2 scripts at this level, that will almost certainly break, but that's not my problem. Yeah. So I think with style handle, I should probably be caching them as well, though. Yeah. So let's see. Known scripts, known styles. So we'll pre-process the entire thing and attempt to do the same thing, but I'll do that later. I just want this to work first. So to do cache themes first, like with scripts. So that needs to be refactored, but themes, future will deal. Yeah, that's a problem for future me, and then future me will curse past me for being so lazy. But I think I need to refactor how themes are even parsed. So like, because themes are parsed as, you know, check it out, CSS, essentially. But I'm not a huge fan of how the initial implementer did it. So that's why like I want to refactor that. Because this uses Godot CSS theme, right? Which is kind of neat. It's kind of neat. And I think I'm not sure how it actually compiles down either. Like I've taken a look at the parser. Yeah, I'm not sure why they use this kind of weird dash syntax if they're already doing it. If they're already using like Godot constructs like color and stuff, right? It seems kind of weird. Or at least I'm not familiar with that syntax. Maybe that means like I don't know. What does dash mean in CSS syntax? CSS dash. What do you got? Custom properties. That makes sense. I mean, that's kind of weird though, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe that's okay, but then what would you use the other CSS for? Because like I guess like you could 100% just write like random CSS, like margin or whatever, and then still use it like across other, like on your regular web page you could also just use this, I suppose. That seems kind of weird. You know what? Maybe I'll keep it. That's such a weird idea that I'm kind of into it. Like just one mega CSS file for both your game and your web page. Needs marquee and blink. How does blink work? Like isn't that one of the like the pre-pass? So like hover or something, you can do it like that. I'm not familiar. That's above my pay grade. I don't know if that's actually above my pay grade, but that's above my level of understanding. Totally joking, but it might be fun Easter egg. Maybe. I've already kind of deconstructed the CSS parser anyways, because what it's supposed to do is you're supposed to run it in standalone mode. So it's basically a Godot script that you run by itself that will take a CSS file and then generate a theme for you, like on your file system. Whereas I'm doing it all just in memory. So I suppose like anything is possible, really. So themes empty, then we'll just continue, whatever. And then we'll just apply this to our, we'll just apply this to our parents, right? Yeah, because we can always guarantee that there will be a parents. So if parents Get theme, then parents set themes defaults, because that's what I called it. Else it won't be on the parents. Hey, too few arguments per set call. Oh, sorry. This needs to be theme. Otherwise, we'll set this on the GDML root. So GDML root theme is equal to themes default. Oh, that's not how you do it. Themes defaults. And actually, we don't need to use set here either. We'll just assume. So if there is a theme thing here. Oh, but then it's possible that this will be null. Okay. So if parent gets class, or no, is class control, then we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll just apply it to our GDML root. We won't ever apply any theme to our super root, which is the roots of every single GDML root, because I don't just dump these into your scene tree. Okay, now the hard part, which is handling every other attribute. Or handling every other element, right? But luckily I have the code here, so this is handle elements. We can make this bigger. Handle element. Handle element, so we don't have a stack anymore, but we do just have the tag. And so this should give me back an object. So tag. This will give me back something. It's actually hard to say what this will give me back. Yeah. So handle element. So I'll pass in the tag. We'll pass in the super root, which is yeah, we'll pass in pretty much everything. So super root, GML root, and then the parent. So these must all exist more or less. We'll return an int, which is just the error code. So give it a tag. So tag, we'll pass this along. Super root, pass that along. GDML root. Hopefully we'll have one of those. Yeah, actually, we can guarantee that we will at least have some values for those. Whether or not those values are null is another thing entirely, but that's okay. So error is this. If error is not okay, push error. Unable to handle element for a tag to string. So we'll continue handle elements. Objects. This is the tag name capitalized. And then we'll replace any spaces with no spaces. I think this is pretty good. Class exists. Actually, if this does exist, then that's fine. Right? Then object will be equal to class db instance Godot class name. Yeah, and then I think what I want to do is make it so you can register custom things. Yeah, registered scenes, so custom scenes. So we can pass this along to our generate function or a generator. So our generator takes a context path, that's fine. But then we need to also pass in this dictionary, which exists at this is the main entry point essentially. Yeah. So then we have our generator, blah, blah. So that's your output control. This one, we don't actually need an output control. And actually, this should return an integer. And then that's basically your error code. So boom, boom. Var error. Okay. But then we don't want to, okay, inner error. So if inner error is not okay. Inner error, because I don't want to override the error, but I do want to make sure that I know that something broke. So inner error is not okay, then error is equal to inner error. Yeah. So generates, we need to pass in the context path, we need to pass in the root node, which is some sort of control, which is the output that we'll be using here. So output is equal to p output. And then here we'll do output. Ooh, geez. Yeah, and then we'll pass this along. So most things here are actually working implicitly, which is kind of a change in mindset from how I usually make this work. Generally, I kind of dislike changing things implicitly. I prefer a more functional programming style, but I think for this it makes more sense because I need to know. It's just harder to track where the errors come from if you don't do it like this. So generate, we've already passed in the output, or actually not yet, but that's okay. So your output, and then you have your registered scenes. Suppose that's okay. We can change this so this doesn't, if we don't do it here, we can do it somewhere else. That's fine. So layouts, we'll also have this take in a p output control. Let's see. I think that's fine, right? Var output is equal to p output. Pass all this along. But then how do I pass along the registered scenes? Should that be at, which level should this be at? I think that should be probably at the, Or what's the difference here? It's like this, I could pass in the context path here and nothing would change in generate. Well, these need to exist at initialization while these don't, but they do need to be somewhat globally available. Like maybe everything that needs to be globally available should be in the constructor, so let's do that. Random distraction question, what's your favorite relatively recent anime? What anime have I watched recently? That's a tough one. Let me check. I have a list. Anime list. Filters. Is there a way to... Last updated, sure. What the heck was this? I've completed a pretty good amount. Did I sort? Was the last anime I actually watched this one? Ima Soku ni Iru Boku? I don't know. that's not a recent anime though. Did I actually give this one a 6? Am I crazy? I don't know. I guess like I'm sorting by... Yeah, I've sorted by last updated. Maybe I should sort by... I don't know. Last added? Is this in backward? No, because I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember. I don't think I've seen any other anime. I suppose the last recent anime I watched was Sword Art Online, Gun Gale Online. And that was pretty bad. I guess Steins Gate 0, but that's also pretty old. I don't remember finishing Tokyo. Oh no, Tokyo Ghoul Re. I did finish that. It's the whatever the Tokyo Ghoul like A squared or something like that, or not A squared, square root A, root A. I think if you want to watch something that's interesting that I haven't seen in any recent anime, you should watch this one, which is like anglicized as now and then, here and there. Which I think actually translates to... Where's the Japanese? Ima soko ni iru boku. Soko, there, to there, exists I. But this is an old one though. This is like, yeah, 1999. I've never seen anything like this in a more recent one, but I guess I haven't seen too many super recent ones anyways. I like this one. If you want like a somewhat recent one from 2017, I like this one as well. But this one, which is now and then, here and there, that one's grim. That one is grim. I was like, wow, that's pretty sick. Last one? Yeah, it's, was it Girls Last Tour? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's very melancholy. I think that's a good word for it. It's very melancholy. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd recommend that last one if you want. It's very avant-garde as well. Yeah, it's melancholy, it's very avant-garde. In terms of like things that happen, it's, I don't know, I'd almost describe it as like a slice of life, but it's I don't know. I feel like slice of life is usually supposed to be pretty happy, whereas this is kind of sad. I'd like to make a game like that actually, where it's not, well, maybe not like a slice of life game, but like a, you know, like a game where you just kind of explore the remains of a world. But I think that's basically an open world game, right? Which is very tough. So that'll have to be for later. Although I did develop all the tech really needed for a game like that, right? Which is basically just like a very fancy chunking system. And then the ability to randomly generate assets as well, but we'll think about it. Yeah, no, I have too many things on my backlog. I think I only recently finished Dark. I've started watching Squid Game, and it's like I don't have enough time in my day to watch all of these. All these things are like in languages that aren't English. Because if I'm watching a show, I'm gonna watch it in the native language. I'm sorry, I'm not watching a dub. And if I'm watching something that has subtitles, I need to dedicate, you know, full attention to that. Has tag name, then object is equal to registered scenes tag name, and then if object is class. No, that's a pack scene. Well, that's fine, I think. Yeah. I guess we'll just send it, dude. Instance. Beautiful. Random distraction. Case study of Vanitas was pretty good. The dub is heckin' decent if you're looking for one like that. I got a lot on my list. I've got a lot on my list. Which is like, I suppose I don't have any planning ones on here, do I? No, I do have planning ones. They're just not on the same page. Yeah, so I've got 75 shows on my planning list. I think you should be able to see it. I've never checked. I think other people should be able to see it. Yeah, there's my list. It's long. It's long. It's also not super up to date either, because I think I've watched some of these. I think I've watched Gungrave. I think I've watched this one as well. I think I've watched Blood Plus, but most of these they're on the list that I've been recommended to watch. Thanks for the list. Yes, I guess the more reasonable list. Oh no, I mean, if you want to sort by score, you can kind of like gauge my anime preference. Which you can do by, how do you sort by score? Sort by score. Beautiful. Yeah, there we go. Ghost in the Shell and Jinro. 10 out of 10. Psycho-Pass is a 9. Steins Gate, that's a 9. Well, the Steins Gate movie. I think the Steins Gate show I gave like an 8 or something because it kind of dragged. But still. I don't think I have anything too degenerate on that list, although if you see anything degenerate, that was not me. But then I also do not have an answer for you either. Let's see, stack, add child. Yeah, I'm not really, because I'm no longer using a stack, it gets kind of complicated, but I do have something in place to replace the entire recursion stack as well. So what I could do is like tail call optimize it. So instead of doing it recursively, we can just assign numbers and then do it by number, which is actually how this used to work, but it was very prone to breaking. So I've refactored it so it's a bit better. So the parser is already technically tail call optimized. The only thing that isn't tail call optimized is the generator, but we'll figure that out when we have to figure it out. Text controls. What is text controls? Let's assign this as a one of these. So here, generate connect args, no. Prepass, no. Handle element, yes. So if Godot class name, or no, we can do if object is class, and this checks for inheritance. Oh, but no, that's not true. Well, that is true. So we can check for... Yeah, we can check... we can check two things. So if Godot class name in text controls, or object that's kind of tough. You know what? Instead of doing this, I can just take advantage of how Godot works. So it has several null safe ways to associate things. So we can just do set text tag text. So if there is no text thing, then this has no effect, and it also doesn't do anything. So there will be no error code either. So we can just do a blind set. That's okay. Get help and get ready to work on game stuff. I hope your Godot style project goes well. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I can work on something more visual next time. But we'll see how long this takes me. This is pretty much like, at this point, it's kind of evolved into almost a complete replacement for the Godot editor. So I don't know if that's a good idea or not. So have you ever wanted to work with a visual program without actually using the visual part of it? Have I got the thing for you? So this should be parents, and I can guarantee that there will always be a parent. Yeah, there will always be. Handle element. So there. Okay, what we can do. Let's take this out. Parents. Let me see. So what is the stack here? So parents, if not null, else GDML root. If GDML root, that's a good idea. I don't know. As long as having fun, it's okay. Well, I don't know if I'm having fun anymore, but it is necessary. It is necessary. It's something I do need to make work. So, regardless. Regardless of the status, I'm going to make it work. So parent, add child, but then because you don't necessarily, because add child in the old implementation is stack. Add child does some fancy stuff and actually, yeah, it does this. It figures it out. So if object is class node, then we'll just do add child. That's pretty easy. We'll do parent, add child. And then it must be some sort of object as well. Although, if you put like a reference inside of a reference, what would you expect to happen? Not actually sure. So what we can do is, yeah, we'll just do parent add child object if parent is class node, else parent set meta. I think we still have the name as well, I think. So that's going to be based off of the, that's tough. The tag name, I guess. Yeah, it's just going to be based off of the tag name, I suppose. What is this? Two arguments for, okay, yeah. Oh, hello, Bumsy. Hello. How are you? Check it out. I've gone ahead and actually decided to rewrite most of it. And I figured out a good system for it as well. I think one of the problems though is that it depends heavily on recursion, but I've already built in some stuff to help offset that if that ever becomes a problem with too much recursion. So we can always go back to the old depth and location system if necessary, but I think that this is easier to work with, where we keep a reference to the parents and then have a list of children, I think. The only problem is that if your recursion stack goes higher than 1,000, then you're probably in a bad place, but then I suppose that's also not my problem. Well, that might be my problem, actually. I think that is a valid use case, but we'll handle it when we have to handle it. Let's see, so if it is a class, if it is a node, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll do parent parents add instance object, and then we need to have an instance descriptor after that. Create instance descriptor tag if parent has method add instance. Otherwise, we'll just add everything to the meta tag, right? Oh, and actually, if we're just sending things to the meta tag in both instances, recursive R sounds better. Yeah, I think that the problem with recursion, right, is that you can potentially run out of, you can probably run, what am I talking about? The problem with recursion is that you might run out of stack size because GDScript is not tail call optimized. Where tail call optimization means that it's this thing right here, pretty easy. So actually, like the way I used to be doing it was based off of was already tail call optimized. Essentially, at that point, previously it was based off of like the max size of an array, but now I'm limited by the max call stack size. So I think the max size of an array in Godot is, I'm not sure. What is the max size? Godot array max size. Yeah. It has a max size of around 2 million, right? Whereas with recursion, I only have a max size of 1,000. But recursion is easier to work with in most circumstances because you don't need to track the depth. Or you don't need to track like the individual pointer, if you will. But I'm not sure. Is there a way to actually track the stack size in Godot? Get call stack size. Yeah, I guess there isn't really a way. I know there is a method called, does that get stack? Yeah, array of dictionaries representing the current call stack, but that could be pretty slow. Not sure you would even worry about it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'll worry about it when I need to worry about it, I think. But I think for most instances, it's not a problem. Although I was thinking about it, right? Depth of stack size. It's the stack size of 1000 because it's recursive. Yeah, it's almost irrelevant. But what I was thinking about was because I do some initial parsing initially, what you could do is something like, it's kind of like Ruby on Rails, right? Where you can do something like this, like basically like a template, right? And it's like insert, you can do like an add child, whatever, or add script, and you can just type in like raw GD script here that I will basically interpret, and then insert new tags based off of these inner tags. Split that stack. Well, that's the hard part, is like when do I split the stack? I don't know when to split the stack. Like I was thinking because in order to split the stack, you need to know when to split the stack. So obviously, like it's split it on every single GDML, but what if you have nested GDML? Then when do you split the stack? And then how do you append the GDML things to the previous stack? You know? And that's where tail call optimization comes into play. It's because you don't need to worry about the stack anymore. Now you're keeping track of where things are in a different way. It's a weird problem. Yeah, well, it's a solved problem. It's just harder to program around, because I think most people are more used to recursion, because it's easier to think about, right? Is that you just call itself multiple times until you run out of things to process. That's why languages that heavily rely on recursion are generally tail call optimized anyways. But GDScript is not tail call optimized because it's hard. it's hard. So if these are both nodes, then we'll do this. And then if this thing has that, okay. Can you stack by reference if it changes something? What do you mean stack by reference? So the call stack, it doesn't matter, right? The call stack is its own entirely separate thing. So that's why, like, when you step into the debugger, you can see, like, you can see like the entire stack. Like the call stack is just the stack frames here. So once you approach 1000, things will start to break, especially in debug mode. You don't do stacking comments, that we stack by what is stack by reference, man? I don't understand what that means. Stack by reference. Yeah, no, I don't understand. If you don't stack it in the common sense, how else would you stack things? Like a stack is like one of the base data structures, right? So you have the thing on the bottom, you put things on top of it, and you keep stacking things on top. How do you stack by reference? You insert the nodes inside nodes, and those stay inside each other. Yeah, but that still doesn't solve the call. So the function calls are all placed on side of their own stack. So I don't have a way to I don't have a way to abstract away those function calls. Like no matter what, you'll always have like the function call. There's no way around it. But you can still bind them even though they stay outside. Well, that just sounds like tail call optimization, right? So if you were to avoid the entire stack, guess what? That's just tail call optimization. And then because of that, then you need some way to reference the position inside the stack, which is what you would need the location and the depth for. So I guess if you're talking about avoiding the stack, that's called tail call optimization, essentially. So I do have the information necessary to tail call optimize, but I won't do it just yet. So as previously mentioned, funnily enough, the first implementation of this was already tail call optimized. But it wasn't as flexible as this. But I think now that I have the recursive implementation, I think this will work as well, where it should be easier to tail call optimize. Handle element. Then connection args. We handle the elements, and then we also want to handle connection args based off of this. So handle connections. So we can use the same tag, but then we'll also need to have we'll need to be able to look inside pretty much every single function scope, which sounds kind of tough. Let me see. By the way, out of context, there are 2 games I expect to get good sales. Just FYI. What games are coming out? I know that there was a new Final Fantasy that just came out. I was surprised. Like one of my coworkers who was like 10 years older than me was like, "Yeah, are you gonna play like the new Final Fantasy?" I was like, "There's a new Final Fantasy coming out? How do you know about this? I've never heard of it." But yeah, there is a new Final Fantasy. Oh, Core Keeper and Necess? I've never heard it. I haven't heard of both of those. Core Keeper, video game. What is this? Core Keeper on Steam. Please don't stream things. Ah, it's in Japanese. Oh, it's like a, it's a crafting game. Oh, it's like a Stardew. Or it's not like a Stardew, it's like a, yeah, it's basically a Stardew or Starbound, right? This looks cool. I like games like this. That's thank you for the recommendation. This looks cool. It looks good. Yeah. It's a Terraria, and there's a VTuber playing it. That's why. Necesse. I'm not familiar with this. Oh, it's pretty much in the same vein as well. I'll pay attention to it. Why not? This looks like the same thing, but it doesn't look as good though. But maybe it's more fun. Terraria RimWorld? Ooh. So pretty much everything is like a Terraria-like at this point, right? Man, I remember like I was playing Terraria in like its alpha or beta states. No one was interested in it all those years ago. And now look at it now. Terraria is pretty sick. I had my finger on the pulse of the game industry. Everyone was still playing just Minecraft Hunger Games. Or all my friends are just playing Minecraft Hunger Games at that point. But I knew Terraria is gonna be sick. Factorio into the mix, it might be a perfect game. It's some spice. Maybe. It sounds like, I don't know, it could be. I guess if there's like already a base building aspect, you might as well go full like tower defense RimWorld, right? So handle connections. So for every single script, I think it does need to be associated. Is there a way to check what methods and what signals a GD script has without actually instantiating it? So Godot, GD script. No, don't give me the basics. Give me the docs. I want the docs. Give me the docs. All right, bring me to the basics and then we'll look for the docs. GD scripts. I want to know what methods you have. Object class. That's not actually true though, because I don't know if it will have the method. Well, because I also don't have the problem that I'm running into. Oh no. Yeah, the problem I'm running into is I don't know what I'm doing. Let me explain first. Is that for every single script, instead of hoisting them, what I'm doing instead is I'm placing them into a cache. So I do a pre-pass that just caches every single script, and then based off of the name, we'll insert it. So anything at this level, so anything that's outside, like I guess the GDML scope, will be placed at the super scope, which is the base container, right? Then for every single inner GDML routes, these will all be placed onto the GDML thing. If you have a script inside of a script, it'll be set as the meta or on the meta thingy. And then if you have like say a VBox container with a script inside of it, I'll just try to overwrite or try to set the script here, right? But then is there a way for me to check before instancing the script, before calling .new on the script, is there a way for me to tell what methods it has? Because I'm pretty sure the methods it has will just be object methods, right? Yeah, inside of a init or in ready or whatever. Yeah, don't think that thing exists. Yeah, that would be really nice though. That would be really nice to be able to check without actually instantiating the script, to be like, okay, like what thing is this? Because I want to just cache the script so you don't actually use the script if you don't actually use it, right? So I'm thinking about it. Hey, it's the same problem. I don't think I solved it. Well, that's tough. That's tough. I think if I want to solve that, I would need to like manually parse the script, which is not something I want to do. That's not something I want to do. Let me think. Because that's kind of tough, right? Because I need that in order to init the connections. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Because each script is if you have an inner script like this, like... No, that's fair. So you can either pull from the super connections. So there's either the GDML roots. Oh, okay, actually this will totally work, right? That's fine. That's fine. So this is, we'll either pass in the super root, which is some sort of control. And actually what I can do is, because I already have the control root here, yeah, control root, so that must be some sort of control root. So there's a super root and then the GDML root, which is slightly different. The super root contains all your GDML roots, hopefully. Well, you instantiate once and then cache it, then instantiate it. But then you can't duplicate it, right? So once you instantiate something, you cannot just set it. Set the script. Reinstantiate after you get what you need. That sounds tough. That sounds kind of tough, I think. I gotta think about it. You'll discard the first one? Yeah. It sounds pretty heavy though. I don't know. I think this is okay, because I think if we just instantiate it once, then everything will be globally scoped anyways. Whereas I think as long as we do it like this, I think as long as we do it like this, it should be okay. Because then you can only pull from the outer scope. But then again, you should always just be trying to pull from the outer scope. So these are just kind of like edge cases, essentially. So if you do something like this, then we will set this here. Basically. Yeah. Because I don't want scripts to be globally scoped, even though they are basically globally scoped. Yeah, basically anything that's outside of a GDML tag is globally scoped. Everything that's inside of a GDML tag is scoped to that GDML tag. But then each GDML root may or may not have a reference to its parent GDML root. So control root, what we could do, there is a meta key that I call parents. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. What do we use meta key for? It's used once. Instance set meta sub. Okay, so every single instance has a meta key associated with it, so we can know about the parents, but then this one should also be able to view its own parents, essentially. Let me think. All right, so parents must be some sort of object. That's basically it. Must be some sort of object. So whenever we create one of these control roots, so GDML set scripts control roots, and then we do the same thing in several places. So output set script control root. So that'll actually be null. But here, what we can do is GDML set parent GDML root if GDML root is not null, else the super root. Okay, so that's how we can do the find logic, I think. Can node script access parent scripts by get parent? It can, but the problem is that it might not be a node, right? You could attach a reference as well, or an object. So those won't have access to any scene tree methods, which is kind of weird, but I think it's a valid use case sometimes, because I sometimes do that as well. Where I just, even though it's a node, I attach like a reference or whatever to it, because that's technically still valid. But this one is like find instance, find variable, find and connect. So I need to change these when I'm handling connections. That's tough. Where were the connections though? Handle attribute, handle generate connect args. That's generate connect args. Where do I actually use this? Way down here. Okay, so these are handle attributes. So handle elements, blah blah. Then I need to have like attribute handling. Handle attributes for a given tag. Custom name the nodes or HTML might let you get tree find node. Perhaps. Return a node to be referenced in root control node. Yeah, there's a lot of things I could do. I think I have the idea of doing like ID. Yeah, because that is one of the registered constants. So there is ID in class, but that's mostly for the CSS stuff. The name actually, if the name exists, that's what I'm going to call it. If the name exists, that's what I'm going to call it. Yeah. So I think that's already handled. Your suggestion has already been considered. All right, so handle attributes. So this is just handle attributes 1. I guess we don't need to have the stack. All we need to do is have pretty much everything that would be on the stack. So the super root and the GDML root. Yeah, maybe I should bring back the stack. Maybe I should bring back the stack, because the stack did simplify a lot of things for me in terms of just accessing in terms of just accessing data. You know what? I think the stack idea makes more sense. Save this. We're bringing that the stack. It makes sense. It just makes sense to do it this way. So what did the stack look like? Yeah, so you could have a reference to another stack, which is essentially what I'm doing here. I don't need to track the depth because that's already tracked for me, essentially. But I do need to keep track of several things. So there's a bar, the super stack. So there always will just be another stack, I guess. So super stack, that's some sort of reference. And then the actual stack, which is an array. So root is some sort of control, we don't care. And then there's also possibly a super stack. There we go. And then stack, append, root. But then what, because it's not necessarily the same thing anymore. whenever we jump into a new GDML, we should probably jump into a new stack. So basically, maybe like once we exit. Yeah, once we exit this function, we'll pop the current thing from the stack. But then doesn't that just mean that... Isn't that the same thing? Yeah, I suppose all this gives me is like a way to reference previous nodes. Like, yeah, like a really, really easy way to reference like other nodes that were in the chain, possibly. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We should do it like that. We don't really use the rest of the stack. We just use the stack in order to track kind of the node path, even though we're already doing recursion. Because I don't know where in the stack things might exist. Is that true? This is like the same thing. Let's actually get rid of it. I've convinced myself that this doesn't make too much sense. Since we're already doing recursion, it doesn't make a difference. All right, so anyways, handle attributes. We're able to get the parents via the parents thing here. So handle attributes, and then we can do handle attribute, right? So for attribute in tag attributes, we don't need to have the tag anymore. We just need to have the object plus the key value. Or maybe I can just have like a weird little stack here. Oh, what was that? That's my phone. So cache scripts, well, almost certainly we'll want to do this. So cache scripts, that takes the script handler and the tags array. So layout tags. Yeah. So we place all the script tags into the script handler, so the script handler knows about all the scripts. I'm thinking here, yeah, I should actually make this. So GDML roots should actually just be an array. Super root we still need, because that's your very, very root object. But GDML root, what this should be is actually like its own stack, so this should be an array. Yeah, which changes this. So that's basically the stack, right? So GDML root. So this is GDML stack. So we only ever append something to this stack when it's absolutely necessary. Here we have a problem. Let's do handle. All of this stuff. We need to pass in the stack array. And then handle connections, we'll use the same stack. Handle attributes. So attributes, tag, attributes, attribute. parentheses, so this is key. Hey, hey, hey. Objects. Super root control roots. There's the parent, and then also, I suppose, the stack. Or the GDML stack, right? GDML stack. GDML stack. I think that's okay. Here, I don't think we need to do this part anymore though, now that we're actually maintaining our own stack. So get rid of this. This now throws an error because now this should be GDML stack. Just pass this along basically. So then GDML stack append GDML. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Super root, this also takes a tag. The current tag being processed. GDML. Stack of GDML tags that are being processed. So we do all the generate stuff and then we pop it from the stack afterwards. So everything should, yeah, we'll just pop back basically. Because we can always assume that it will clean itself up. Yeah, we can assume that it will clean itself up because it's recursive. So we just need to keep track of it on the stack. Yeah. And then here, for every single script, so if there is a parent and then the parent is not a GDML tag, then we'll try to set the script on it. Otherwise, we can do elif GDML stack size is greater than 0. Then we'll do GDML stack can just do -1. So we get the last element on the stack. Then this one is GDML stack -1. We'll set the theme. That's actually not something I can guarantee will always be valid. So this should actually be elif GDML stack size is greater than 0. Then we'll do that. Else, this will be super root theme is equal to themes default. So a lot of the styling stuff needs to be refactored. Because right now it's all pretty much hard-coded to just use the one theme. If you have classes like button test, this actually creates a separate theme, but I'm not sure how to actually apply those just yet. I'm thinking about it. This always uses the default theme. GDML stack too few arguments for handle element call. So we need to have the super roots anyways. Oh, and then we just pass in the stack. That's fine. That's fine. GDML stack parents. So handle element. This should technically be a static function. Handle element, handle attribute. This will take TPU arguments, object. We'll just keep passing along arguments. That's fine. Then handle attributes will be so match against the key. So constants. If it's name, then what we'll do is do object set name to value. So if it's source, then we want to pull the script from the script handler. Think of using this with tool mode on? Possibly. I already have a small GD script style hack, so I can, it doesn't matter if tool mode is on or off, right? Let me see. I remember this, but it doesn't matter if I enable tool mode on or off. All I need to do is just inject tool into the scripts, and then it should just work anyways. It doesn't matter. Because anything that's run in the editor is interpreted anyways, so it doesn't matter. There's no difference. Yeah, I know your solution. Yeah, well, I think it could work with tool mode on. Something I was thinking about was like you could potentially cache the results, so you don't need to run the entire parser and generator over again. Or what you could also do is like cache the layout result, so you only need to run the generator again, right? Something like that. So you could cache it at runtime, cache it when you're during developments. You could also have like a kind of an inverse, the inverse of this, where you can take your entire node scene tree and then turn it into this kind of XML format, because that's not too hard to do. It's kind of hard, but well, you know, we'll figure it out. Let's see. It can be useful for debug, I guess. Well, yeah. Well, scene tree to this format can be useful for portability, maybe. I don't really know why you would want to be able to do this portably like that. I guess caching this would also be kind of interesting. I don't know. So caching this to just like a regular Godot scene could be kind of cool, I suppose. But then caching just the AST, which I generate using these tags, could also be kind of cool. Yeah. Can't see the UI, right? Since it's all code. Yeah. Let me see. Cache scripts. You know what? I'm thinking about it, and I think this does kind of violate scope. Just if I cache it like this actually does kind of violate scoping. Yeah, maybe I should just instance them on the parent GDML. And then I can copy the script. Like, that's not hard. But I gotta think about that. Thinking about it. So add instance descriptor. Handle attributes. This source part is really messing with me because it's not hard to do. I just don't know which GDML scope it's under. But I also don't want to violate function scope. I also do not want to violate function scope. Although you totally could, since everything is cached. You know what? I'll let you violate function scope. That's not my problem. For now. Maybe it will be. Well, we can do script handler, find script, value, and so it must be like an actual value, right? So expected at least 2. I don't have a tag. Tag.gd script handler. Find script. What do I use script for? Let's do handle attributes. Let's call it handle attributes. We'll change this so it takes tag. So now we have access to the regular tag. Handle attributes. Handle attributes. So take a tag, take an object. It'll take the super roots. It'll take the GDML stack. There we go. Then for key in tag attributes keys. Yeah, then we can do the match key here. Tag attributes key. This one, script handler find script tag. Value is not declared in the current scope. I'm running into a bunch of scoping issues now. This is tough. This takes a value, this takes a value. There's your source. I think that should be fine. This returns you a script. So if script is null, push warning. No script found for tag to string. Pushing the limits of GD script. Yeah, I am pushing the limits. Well, I don't know if I'm pushing the limits of GD script, right? I think like writing an actual programming language in GD script is probably pushing the limits of GD script, which I'm happy to announce also totally works for 4.0, at least in this current early iteration of it. So this one was tough, let me tell you. This one was tough. This stuff was tough. Look at that. Oh man. The entire parsing logic, etc., etc. That was tough. GD Lisp. This one's not too bad. I think this one is just... Well, I don't know. Maybe this is more complicated than GD Lisp, since this isn't just logic. This is like interacting with the scene tree at the same time. Or the node hierarchy in any case. GD Lisp took a few days. It wasn't too hard, actually. It wasn't too hard. This is turning out to be a lot harder. Since I guess I need to actually interact with Godot proper. Parsing takes long, but it's simple. Yeah. I think the logic here is somewhat complicated. Structuring is, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Well, I think the benefit of a Lisp is that it's, you know, it's basically pre-parsed. It's easy to parse and it's easy to execute. Whereas XML and then interacting with Godot is also tough. Doing all this stuff is tough. There's source, there's style. Oh, and then there's handle inline style. Oh, good. Not object is class. So that was the most complex use I've seen in Godot. Yeah, most people don't do... Well, I think the most complexity most people go into is like shaders, which can get very complex. But I guess I've gone on the more... kind of the other direction. So instead of going into like graphical complexity, I've gone into more project structure complexity, which is bizarre. I don't know. I don't know. I like working with tooling. Tooling is fun. I don't know if that makes me weird or not, though. Game logic stuff. Yeah. I think the big differentiator between me and other people, right, is that I tend to make tools in Godot instead of making games, although I totally should make more games. I have ideas for games. Like I've been rolling this idea around in my head for a little while. So if you have played a game called, I don't know, you probably have not played it unless you're like into gacha games. But have you played Brown Dust? Ignore the girl on the... I don't know who the girl is. Oh, it's... Ooh, it's actually... There's a collab going on with Legendary Heroes. Ooh, that's cool. I thought I recognized her. Marie Schwarzer. I don't know. But I had an idea for a game like this, because I thought like this style of game is actually really interesting. Yeah, it's a tactical RPG, except it's not really like tactics based. It's more like you set up. It's more like you set up. You really can't see any gameplay here, huh? Can you blow this up? Yeah. So it's more like you set up your units in a turn order, and then you and your opponent just, you know, you have your unit layout, they have their unit layout, and you have your turn order, right? And then you just kind of let it go. It's basically like an auto battler, yeah, but a bit more involved. And I was like, what if we like didn't make it a gacha? Auto chess. Yeah, it's kind of like an auto chess. Yeah. It's like an auto chess, but like more RPG based. So instead of like, the battle royale roguelike element of auto chess where you construct your team from scratch every single time, it's more like you have your turn layouts. And then I think you can actually adjust your formation on the fly and also adjust your turn order. If you can't do that, then that's a great feature. I think that's kind of interesting. It's like it's a less randomized auto chess essentially. Yeah. I thought that would be cool. And I've been wanting to make a game like that. Handle connections. Oh, okay. So this must take a key and a value. Key, string. Okay. Cool genre needs a lot of good ideas, constant to work on assets. Yeah, I think the hard part is the asset part for sure. But I have some I think it could totally work if I just use some really basic assets to start. The more interesting part is the auto chess part, right? But I've been rolling it around in my head, so we'll see. We'll see. If not object has signal key and not has user signal key, then we'll return no signal found. Needs diversity and deep tactical options. That's also assets. Maybe. I think the diversity and deep tactical options, that's kind of handled like by the nature of the game, right? So you'll need like each unit to not just have like be a auto attack, right? Every unit needs to have like a different way of attacking, etc. So you need like to design different unit archetypes, etc. Yeah, I think the different assets is the hard part. But that's kind of the thing for every game, right? Is that you need different assets. But that's why I'm still rolling it around in my head. But I have ideas for like the gameplay part. The asset part is always the hardest part for me though, because I am not artistically inclined, unfortunately. I can do it, but I'm very slow. So handle connections, full string array. So we'll split on periods, and we'll only split once. What is your problem? Oh, a value. So match split size. Let's do the comment here. Press on pressed. So if there's just one connection args, that's not too hard. I think the more complicated part is finding which thing to connect against. So let's see, control root, find and connect. This returns an error code. So we can do basically while true, right? So we can try to connect against the current objects script. So if object has method key, then we'll just connect against that. An object connect if it has method key, then we'll want to find and connect connects against signal name. Because we don't have any args, because because we use the other one. Generate connect args, and then we do a direct connect. Yeah. Because direct connect just uses, direct connect uses something else. That's tough. That's tough. But here, connects against, so this is has method value. Then we'll want to connect against this object value, no args. Okay. That's actually value. So value, else, we'll want to run through. Yeah, we'll just run through every single thing. So while true, it's kind of gross. Or actually, it's not while true. It'll be for GDML and GDML stack. We'll do GDML find and connect key object value. Oh, beautiful. So if this is okay, then we'll break. Yeah, okay. So we look through every single thing in the stack. If it's okay, then we'll break. Var success false. So success is true if we successfully connected. If not success, then we'll try to look in the super root to see if it's available there as well. Super root has method value. Then we'll do the same thing. Oh, actually, we don't need to check. We can just do a blind check against super root. Finds and connects key object value. If this is okay. And then actually, these give me fancy errors as well. But that's fine. I guess we don't really need to use them right now. But we will. Actually, this should be error. So var error. GDML finds and connect key object value. If error is not, if error is okay, then we'll just break. Expected an indented block, that's fine. If not, if error is not okay, then we'll do error is equal to this. And then we can do a second check, right? If error is still not okay, then we'll want to push error unable to connect for object. So that's key value string object. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my drink. We're back. So I can once again start going really long during these streams since I have successfully talked my way out of my really early morning meetings. How nice. Let's see. Handle connections. So we'll need to be able to generate callback args. So maybe here we can do if split size is equal to 1, which means we basically did not split at all. That's fine, right? Else, we'll need to generate args. Generate connect args. So this will be based off of generate connect args. What do we do here? I remember this is, yeah, this is complicated. So we'll need to have the text. So it's like arg text, right? The arg text. What is the node used here? Or used for here? Oh, we need to be able to pass the current object. So the object, which is some sort of object. So we could potentially pass the object itself if we wanted to, and then we should also be able to grab variables from the superscope. GDML stack, which is an array. So the super root, which is the control root, and the GDML stack, which is an array. So this will give you back an array. So here, your args will be equal to generate connect args. So this is based off of the text. Oh my god, this is tough. Every time I work on this, I can feel my brain start to like, I was about to say I can feel my brain swell, but that's probably kind of morbid. So we have the object, we can pass in the super roots, and we can pass in the GDML stack as well. So I suppose we could just make this like a really long function as well. But I like it's somewhat more readable this way, and we're also not worrying about speed. Here. So the split is equal to text. How am I doing this here? So here we want to split on we want to split on not that. Want to split on the open parenthesis, and then also only split it once. What is your problem? This one? No. This. So arg text. So this is your split. It's not really actually your arg text, really. It's not really the correct split. But we are looking for arguments. So if split size, so it should only be one split. So split size is not equal to 2, then we'll just return R, empty args. Should be exactly 2. Since we only split once. One of these. Then your actual args. So given, I'm changing the syntax once again. So this is the syntax. This is closer to just like regular, this is closer to just regular programming language syntax. So I'm not using the square brackets. We're just using regular parentheses. And I'll just need to split based off of commas after that. So split args, this is equal to split 1. What is split 0? Split 0 should be the, what is split 0? Split. Oh man, I don't remember. Why do I only use the first part of the split? Oh man, I don't remember. I hate this. Oh no. So if we split here, this is the function name. Oh, okay. So yeah. That's the function name. And then this split is based off of, oh, okay. So shouldn't I be able to, I should just split this anyways? Because I need to split it. Yeah, I should pre-split it. What am I doing? Yeah. I should pre-split it. Yeah, okay, what am I doing? So this is, we take the, this is the func arg split. So then this is split 1, and then we want to split on open parenthesis, ignore false, only 1. to handle connections. Which means that we were able to split down this, right? So we only split on the period first. The first split is the period split. We're calling it dot split, so I stop getting confused. Dot split. The dot split. Dot split. Dot split. This is the func arg split, which should be the argument text. Func arg split. Size is not 2. All right, so if the function arg split size is not equal to 2, oh, actually we can do this. If func arg split size is equal to 2, else it's just an empty array. I don't know why I'm trending towards doing things like this. This is such a weird thing to do, but ever since I've like got used to doing this in Python, I've started to like to do the inline if statement a lot more. But here, our split args, we need to strip one side of it. So this is arg text r strip, the very, very right side of it, and then we'll split based off of commas. Does it include empty? Allow empty. So no empty args. And then also replace spaces with nothing. So that's your split. Yeah, so we can guarantee that this is correct. Replace isn't... okay, well... Oh, we should replace it first. Okay, yeah. So we're, all right. So given this arg text, because this is what we split on, right? So here we have our function arg split. So we split, this stuff. So here, our dot split is splits on the period. So we have built-in scripts, and then the rest of it, and then we split based off of function arg, based off of the first open parenthesis. So we split this one here. So we get on pressed, which is the first one. And then this is the rest of it. And then here, I suppose I could just r strip it as well. R strip. One of these. So we don't need to r strip it here. Might as well like do as much pre-processing as possible. Or actually, this is starting to get really gross, right? A func arg split size is 2. Then args is equal to generate connect args. Yeah, we might as well like do the entire pre-process part here. R strip replace spaces with empty, and then also split it again. So then these are the args, pool, string, array. Then what is your problem? Too few arguments, expected at least 4. That's okay. So object, super root, GML stack. Else. Yeah, there we go. That's beautiful. So now we have our args. That's a lot cleaner. Okay. That's tough. For arg in args, var value, we can check to see if we're able to cast it, or if it is indeed a cast. Let's do, this is tough. Handle cast. Oh man, what the heck? What's up? Handle cast. Handle cast, and then this will give back something, right? So var split is equal to arg split based off of the closing parenthesis. So if split size is equal to 2, or if it's not equal to 2, then we'll just return the arg. So this is value is equal to handle cast. Takes the arg. Beautiful. This is where we need to make heavy use of duck typing. Just a reaction to your function requirement. Yeah, it's pretty gross. It's because I'm pre-processing the arguments. So just so it's a bit cleaner. Like I could do it so like this is like arg text. So this is like arg text. This is a string instead. And then we take out all of this. This is just function arg split, the second part of it. Right? Then var args is equal to args text, all this stuff. Something like that. I guess that looks a lot better, I guess. Yeah, and then the reason why I'm doing it like this is that technically this is also valid. So you don't actually need to... Yeah, because I split on the open parentheses, so... And I only take the first part of it, so it's okay. It's okay. But here we handle the cast. That gives us... The thing, if it's not a cast, then we just return early. Otherwise... We want to match the split 0, that's also left stripped of this. So then there's float. Oh no. Yeah, no, this is fine. Return float. Hold on. Var value is equal to split 1. So here, return float value. This one is int. So there's a few casts. If you want to cast, this is the syntax you'll have to, or this is the function that you'll have to use to cast. There's no reason to cast a string because everything is just interpreted as a string anyways, but that's fine. Color n. Yeah, that's tough. Can you cast this class? Okay, too much to ask. Yeah, I don't know if you can cast this class. I don't think that's even possible. Yeah, how would you cast as a class? I think you would just have to assume. Yeah, I guess the cast as class is kind of handled here. I suppose I could do this. So if value is type string, then I can do some additional type checking here. So here what we can do is value is equal to self. Well, no. Yeah, everything else is just interpreted as string. That's fine. I'm okay with this. So handle cast, and then we need to check against the thing. So if type of value is equal to type string, then we'll do if value is self. But we're not doing it caps insensitive because it doesn't make any sense to do it caps insensitive. Right? If you mistype something, that's your fault. Right? Because it's programming. Case sensitive, not cap sensitive. But R append object elif val. So we're checking for a string at this point. So it's one of these. Otherwise, we need to check against the class. Oh no. This is like handle like arg class almost. So var class split. That's tough. This is tough. How did I figure this out the first time? I don't have any memory of this. Oh, and then for this I would need to do, if you want to access like multiple levels of just dots, what I could do is, yeah, you know what I got? You know what I got? This is bizarre. For I in class split, we can do val is equal to, it's not current root, but it's going to be equal to We'll look for the class in the GDML stack. Yeah, we'll look for the class in the GDML stack. So the result is equal to GDML. Oh, that's tough. For GDML and GDML stack, result is equal to GDML find instance for find instance I. What does find instance give me? I thought find instance gave me a control root find instance. Oh, it could be null. Okay. A result is not null, then we'll. Oh, but no, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. So this is how you allow for multiple dots, so you can kind of introspect, you know, even lower into everything. That's tough. It'll totally work though. And also, by the way, the kind of cool part about this is that this is only the startup cost. There's only a startup cost to this. This is not every single time. So this only runs once, which is why I'm okay with this kind of like super gross syntax. I guess we can do var result. If result is not null, if we're trying to look for results, temp value, then temp value is equal to result break result is equal to GDML find variable I. If result is not null, then temporary value is equal to result break otherwise. I guess we'll need to have like a total break value, right? That's hard. That's hard. I gotta think about that. Var bailout. Why do you break that? Well, because we want to break out of this for loop, but we only want to break out of this for loop because we have double nested for loops. We have double nested for loops. So we want to break out of this one because once we find it in the GDML stack, then that's okay. That's okay. I think we're actually searching in the wrong order as well, but that's okay. We'll figure that out. Let me think about this. We added to do. To do, GDML stack should be searched in reverse order, question mark. Because otherwise we're searching from global scope to specific scope, as opposed to how you would usually do things like this, where you would search in the like local scope up to global scope. So we'll think about it. Right here. or is bail out is equal to true. So we'll here we can check to see if bail out break, and then if bail out break. So you have scope stack, or it's merged somewhat. That's confused. Yeah, there is a scope stack. So there is like the super root, which is pretty much everything that is not in like GDML scope. And then there's a scope stack, which is GDML encompasses its own kind of stack. And then every single other GDML thing adds to the stack of GDML. So we kind of have two scopes, right? There's global scope and then GDML scope, which are different. Success, false. So here, if we find this, if we find a result, if we find an instance, then we break. If we find a variable, then we break, and we say it's a success. If we don't find a success, what we need to do is check against. Oh, I guess we don't need the bailout part here, right? We just need to check against those. Here, what we'll do is var result is equal to super root find instance I temp value actually, how does this work? I'm thinking about it. I think something's wrong with this logic. This still only works for single nested. Root scope and combined one. Yeah, basically. Root scope is just global scope. And then combined scope, which is not really combined scope. It's each of these are more or less scoped to their own thing. Although the scripts are more or less actually globally scoped, which is, I guess, where the JavaScript idea comes from. I'm still reconsidering how I'm going to handle scripts. I think I should actually just scope each script to its GDML scope. But I don't know. I still need to think about it. That's like an important design decision that I still have not come to a conclusion on. But bail out. If we find, let's do, this is just null, right? Okay, here we can do if temp val is null, then we'll do all of this stuff. Result is equal to super root finds variable I, and we'll do the same thing. Too few arguments for find variable. What does find variable need? Find variable needs to have a class. Oh, that's tough. Oh, this doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, that's tough. Because this is a class split. I guess we should only split once. And then potentially split a few more times based off of that argument split. So class split. Okay. I think I got it. Oh, so we need to find the first one. We need to find the first arg. Okay, let's I was operating off an incorrect methodology. But here, what we can do current scope name, I suppose. Oh, but actually we can't do that because find variable is based off of instances, question mark. No, it should be possible to do multiple like nested variable access using this. I just got to think about it. So nested variable access. If you have the class, then you can get the variable based off of that. And then you can continue to find variable based off of that. Where it's basically just like I need to... Wait, no. Can't I can do a find instance first and then use that instance afterwards? Yeah. I can just keep operating. I can keep operating off that one instance instead of having to do find variable. So I don't actually need find variable. I just need to have the arg split. I only need arg split, right? So this is what was it? Val split. So okay. So then var instance is equal to, or no, var instance is just nothing, right? Then for I in class split, we'll do, and then we're just looking for the base instance. That's okay. I think. If instance is null, then for GDML in GDML stack, the GDML find instance I. So instance is equal to this. If instance is not null, then we'll break. So I don't think I need temp value anymore. I mean, they do essentially the same thing, right? Found. So we'll break out of that if found. So we're only looking for Oh, we don't need found, right? That's okay. We don't need found at all. Yeah, because this is our branch, if instance. Or actually, what we could way more simply is this. We don't need to iterate through. Yeah, we can just look for instance is equal to class split no, wait. We still need this. But it's this part. Yeah, take out all of that. For GDML and GDML stack, instance find class split 0. Otherwise, instance is equal to, well, actually, no. Otherwise, it's if instance is still null, then we'll do instance is equal to super root find instance. And then if instance is still null, then we'll just want to continue because we're already inside of a for loop. And so this is a push error, unable to find arg for, unable to find arg something for connection this thingy. So this is going to be find arg this thing. Or actually, no, this is value for arg. Something like that. Or is that backwards? For arg in arguments. Connect args. Well, I actually don't have the connection at all, right? Yeah, it's just a single one, single format. So it's just the arg, right? Arg. And then once we have the instance, then we can start iterating through the rest of it, right? For I in for I in class split dot size, if I is 1, or if I is 0, then we'll just continue. That's fine. Otherwise, since we're searching on that instance, yeah, okay. Var temp is equal to instance get class split I. If temp is not null, then instance is equal to temp. Or actually, no, if it is null, then we'll want to bail out. So if temp is null, then we'll want to bail out, push error. unable to completely process arg something at this thing. So this is arg class split. Yeah, okay. So here we'll be able to bail out. So failed, false, failed, true, but only in that one instance. So if not failed, then we'll do, oh geez. These are the args, by the way. R append instance, essentially. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, so we generate the connect args from that. This is all if it's type of string, then we do all of this stuff. Else, please. R append value. Oh baby, not looking forward. Yeah, I'm absolutely not looking forward to debugging this. I guess this is like find in class or handle nested arg, and we can push that into there. But then how do I still need to grab the, well, I just need the, I guess this is like the query, which is a string. And then we only search inside of the super root and the GDML stack. Super root, which is a control root, and then GDML stack, which is an array. Don't know what it returns. So I think we can grab this and then just hope I can figure it out. Query. Seems okay. Where's the error? Oh, there is no continue, right? Return null. There is no arg, but it is the, we do just have a query. Query. For I in blah blah. If not failed, if failed, then we'll just return null. That's tough. That's tough. All right, so this one, find the instance, find the actual instance first. And then here we'll dig into the instance to find the nested value. That's tough. That's so tough. I hate that. So var result is equal to handle nested arg. What did this take actually? Hold on, bring me back. Handle nested arg. So we need to split that. That's already split there, so that's okay. Then this just needs to have super roots and GDML stack. Oh baby. And then here, if results is not null, then R append result. Oh man. Okay, so that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Remember you wanted to start writing tests as you go. Yeah, well, you know, things happened. I was busy during the day. And I, you know, of course got distracted because I had other stuff to do. I think that's it though, isn't it? Did I handle every single attribute yet? Oh, I did, yeah. So, I think that means... I think that's everything. And then we just need to have the context path, which is pretty easy. And then the registered scenes. Yeah, and then generator generates generator. This takes a output and layout. That's fine. So output layout. So we have an error. So error is equal to generator blah blah. If error is not okay, so hopefully we should be able to catch most errors here. Error occurred during generation to error name. I don't know, send it, dude. Wow. Okay, that's fine. Stack overflow. Okay, so I... There it is. There it is. We've overflown the stack. He's done it. That was actually really fast, though. Where are we? What tag are we on? Oh, this is a bad tag. Because it doesn't have a... Oh. This is location 2. This is still location 2. Oh, okay, so this is broken. So this is broken. That's cool, though. I did overflow the stack, which I did predict was possible. All right, tell me, what's in layout? Yes. Tags. Yes. Yes. What is this one? Yeah, so that's a script. That's fine. Here, GDML, location 2, children. It should not have itself. Okay, yeah. Am I accidentally passing itself to itself? Oh, yeah. Okay, this is the problem. This is child tag. Yeah, send me. Send me. Whoa, okay, close. Non-existent function and base nil. All right, we're close. We're close. I was accidentally recursing on itself, which makes sense. Hold on, I need to scum my Duolingo thing. I've gone way longer than I thought I would. We'll just do like a really easy Japanese one. We'll do hiragana 1. BRB. It'd be easier for me to do Chinese one actually, because I need to think about that a lot less. It's okay. I don't want to break my streak. But for most of the basics, I think I've got it more or less internalized. Although, for some of this, it would be easier if I was just looking at the katakana. Well, not the katakana, the the kanji, because then I can just use my Chinese knowledge. Beautiful. 690-day streak. Nice. Actually, does the web Duolingo view show my streak? Just so I can prove it? I already have an account. Get it off the screen. It's also very bright. Why is this so bright? Don't give me notifications. Block. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. 690-day streak. Don't look at my Japanese progress, but my Chinese progress, I'm pretty much completely done with the entire course. There were a lot of words I actually don't know. I don't know most of the complicated ones. Look at that. It's beautiful. Anyways, let's get back to this. Object set text. So what is the tag? The tag is a script. Oh, it's because it's a script. So else object is actually, what the heck? This should have been caught. That was a script, wasn't it? Send me again. So this is the error. The current tag that we're on. Yeah, what the heck? The tag is a script tag, but it didn't get caught. But handle element should not be. What is this? Yeah, what the heck? So generate, then we fall through here. Is it not? This is a script. Yeah, match value script. Is that not a script? Did I misspell script? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. No. Huh? It didn't catch it correctly? Match tag name. This should be scripts, right? Is it because it's falling through? Generates. This is a script. Yeah, this is a script. It should be caught by this one. Huh? That's valid. That's valid. So we hit the GDML tag, which means actually on our super root, we should already have, yeah, we already have one instance, which is a reference 0. But then it's here that's kind of bewildering because this is actually a script. It's not, I'm handling it directly because the match value is script, right? Is it possible looping in second time and passes the match? No. That's not possible. Because this is recursive, right? So we run through this entire function again, and then we always match off of tag name to start. So the tag name is script, and then there's nothing in it. I guess I could try to strip the name. So we can strip edges? I don't know. No. Like that's valid. That doesn't make any sense. Can it be case sensitive? No. Well, yes, it is case sensitive, but that's not the problem. I've already verified by stripping the edges and then also lower casing everything. Like this means that we actually fell through because we're hitting generates every single. I can step backwards, right? So we step into here, generates, for the current child tag. The current child tag is scripts. We step into this stack frame here. The current one is still script, location 3, attributes 1, test script GD, which means that we're processing this script here, which makes sense. But for some reason, we're always falling through on the match value of scripts. So I think that there's a problem based off of the... Is this a bug? Is this a bug? Hold on. It could be a bug. It could be a bug. No, okay, it's not a bug. Bug in your code. I don't think it, I'm not seeing it. Where's the bug? Like this is extremely logical. Probably not in Godot. Okay, so if tag name is equal to script prints hello. We printed hello. We printed hello. That's not... We hit this twice. There's only one script because we're processing top down. So what I can do here is instead of doing this entire match block, what I can do instead is just match against all of these, right? So we can do boom boom. If tag name is equal to this one, elif bad script text. Or I guess this is like unknown scripts, right? Then we can do no themes parsed. Then this is else. Bad elements. We're unable to generate elements, unable to handle element failure. Oh my god. Look at that. That was it. That was it, I think. That was it. There's a bug. I don't know where the bug is, but there's a bug. Well, no, it's not. That's my own thing. Oh, and then we ran into just a bunch of root level script. Where does root level script get printed out? That's weird. Oh, actually, no. Root level script is one of these. Yeah, look at that. But then we ran into a bunch of other bugs. So it's not... It's the match. It's almost certainly the match that broke, by the way. And then this one is... I mean, that's okay. Script is not known for tag. Script handler, find scripts. Yeah, I passed my own errors, by the way, because it's kind of a pain to not do it myself. Script 0, that's fine. No error. Then this one is test script, script handler. Oh, there's only one known script? Oh, that makes sense, because I need to run through every single script. Then the enums might be broken, but not the match. Maybe. Well, no, because I even I verified it, right? I verified it. So we take this out. Bring me back up. Bring me back up. Bring me back up. Keep bringing me up. I'm too far down. Oh geez. So get this out. We can what we can do is match on GDML. That's not hard. This one should be scripts. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. Am I stupid? Wait. No, this is what I had before though. What? Constants GDML. Bring me back. You saw that it was breaking back when I was just using these, and then I even tested it by using the string. Also, can you reload project? Yeah, I should probably do that. Okay, yeah, so now using the constant breaks. Maybe I should reload the project. Let's try that. Yeah, it's broken. Maybe it's the preload that's broken. Maybe it's the preload. So instead of... I should do like, That's hard, man. That's hard. So if I use raw, so if you preload like this, it just results in a bunch of errors. Like I think most of these warnings are okay. I don't care. Actually, no matching open node. Ooh. That's actually kind of wrong, isn't it? I didn't notice this before, but am I? So then, the node name is nothing. Oh, I need to check to see if the data name is empty. Okay. Even reloading doesn't fix enums sometimes. Yeah. Well, it's not an enum actually. That's where some of the misunderstandings come from. It's not an enum. It's actually just a constant. Oh, and this should not have a class name, by the way. That's okay. I don't think that makes a difference. Yeah. It's not an enum. It's just a class that happens to be used as a constant. Now, where am I using it? I'm not sure. Am I using this in a lot of places? I am using this in a few places. Oh, it's actually mostly in the generator. So I would still really prefer using a constant class. Like in GDML, I don't even use most of it. So we can take out most of this stuff. Yeah, pretty much all of this. Yeah. Say goodbye. And even generate connect Args, we don't need this. Yeah, that's okay. Generates. Did I miss something? I did miss something. I mean, that doesn't make a difference, but it makes me feel better about myself. Search again. Constants. There's only the one constant, and we don't even use it here. I guess what I can do is just change this. I guess we're only using constants in one place, right? So I can just define all the constants here, and that'll solve some of the problem. So you can't match on the constant. Well, it's a constant, but it's preloaded. So I think that's probably causing some problems. So, scripts, that's a good one as well. Let me see. Wait, have these all just been GDML the entire time? Hold on, undo me. Hold on. Have these just been GDML the entire time? I don't think they have been, but. I don't think I'm dumb. But it's very possible. I would not be surprised. Okay, what is your problem? Did I delete it? No, it's still there. Constant. Ooh. Alright, so Godot is breaking. That's good. Just hit it with a hard crash. Alright, send me one more time. Oh, one more time. Reload me. So there's your constants. Have I just been dumb? I thought this was scripts, right? Then this is style. Am I just really dumb? No, I'm just really dumb. Yeah, What? This said script before. Hold on. Undo me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No, yeah. See, this is okay. This is okay. What the heck? Ooh. Okay, now we're breaking again. But wait, what was I before? Ooh? What are you talking about? Redo me. Load in constant again. I'm losing my mind. This doesn't make any sense. Like script is not known. That's okay. That's fair. But what is changed here? Was I loading in a different constant? Do I have two constant files? What's different? I have no idea. I have no idea. Like you can do constant script. I've changed nothing. That's what I'm very confused about. Yeah, nothing has changed. I have not changed anything. This is the same value, right? So undo. So we do this. Yeah. Prelate. Yeah, I'm just. I haven't changed anything. That's the thing. This is exactly what I had before. I just tried this, but now it's working more or less correctly. I don't know. For tag in tags. For child tag in tag children. Cache scripts or cache scripts. I'll pass in one of these plus the, oh, actually. Cache scripts tag children. Yeah, so this should also work recursively. So we run through every single thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is good. Okay, that's good. So what do we have in script handler? We only have one known. We only have one known script. So we need to cache the scripts. Is this not working how I think it works? So let's remove this one. So we're tag in tags. So the current tag is scripts. That's fine. We'll just skip it. Oh, okay. I see. So I need to step into. I need to always step into every single script no matter what. File open failure, that's okay. That happens sometimes. So there's no inputs. What is the tag? Button? And then it's button script. Oh, actually, no, this is... We only want to do it if it's... Okay, so I need to handle just normal file names as well. Let me think. What was the error? Oh, there should be a code. Have I been returning the wrong error code? I have been returning the wrong error code the entire time. Okay, that's fine. Still should not have broken like that. No script found for... No script found for tag. Name, button, attributes. Kind of weird how these don't display correctly. These do display correctly here. So, no script found for tag. Button scripts. So it just can't find the button script, and then it also does not create any elements either. Oh, actually, hold on. I think I forgot the very last part. The most important part. So handle element. So we should always be doing parent add child no, that should have worked, right? There's the parents. So handle element, you have a parent. Gotta think about that. Where does parent come from? Actually, am I crazy? Yeah, because we always start off with this, and then we pass in the GDML thing. And then we append everything to that, but then we might not always have... No, we always have the GDML. Oh, I see. I need to add every single GDML thing to the appropriate thing. So here, parent add child GDML. If parent is not null, else super root add child GDML. All right, so that should solve some parts of it. Okay, so now we're displaying again. It's still very wrong. But we are still able to apply styles. It looks like some other things broke as well, but I think that's not too bad in terms of speed. What does the node hierarchy look like then? GDML, so then we have a pretty bizarre node hierarchy. Then this should have one instance, that's okay. This one should have 5 instances, test script, built-in script, test script 2, etc., etc. Actually, hold on, and I need to check some other things. This should have a script assigned to it. I don't know what the script would be though. So this isn't really right, because this is not applying the style to it. Oh, it's because I need to apply the style to the... Okay, so I need to... handle the attribute for this as well. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I need to handle the style. No, okay. I need to handle every single attribute for the parent GDML thing as well. And so that's handled here. Handle attributes. So that should be fine. So we have the tag, that's okay. The object is GDML, super root, and then we just have the GDML stack. Yeah, that might be okay. Okay, that's beautiful. It's still kind of broken, but it's closer to being not broken. We do have this one, which is okay. Root level scripts. We're not having this script do a thing, but we can do test value is equal to 1 just in case. Just to verify that that's working. No, it's not. There is just like a random node there, so that's cool. Oh, this doesn't have any nodes inside of it, huh? Even though this should have a label and then a button inside of it. I wonder what happened. Was it like the button script that broke or what? Or did I mess up my formatting? No, that's okay. Yeah. I think this is pretty close. This is pretty close. I need to figure out these errors here. So we're not able to handle the button script, which is okay. No script found for tag. Button, which is looking for that. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live tomorrow. It's tomorrow Wednesday? Today Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. From 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Working on this again, hopefully. Trying to finish it up. Anyways, you know, give the channel a follow. There's a Discord. There's a GitHub. All that good stuff. Let me push this to my repository really quick. So git status. This has been cleaned up pretty heavily. Getting closer. Yeah, it's getting closer to being like sensible. I'll have to keep thinking about the design. I think there's some hard things to solve here. Back to displaying stuff again. Still mostly broken. Yeah, don't think much. Yeah, you know, don't worry, I've stopped thinking a long time ago. You know, stop thinking head empty. Anyways, goodbye.